Like, wow, I am not normally this prepared. I don't know what's happening to me today. Ba 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 da ba ba YouTube ba ba. So how are you all doing on this fantastic, apparently Sunday? Um, yeah, let's get YouTube, and you may hear me for a second. Like, and pop out chat. There we go. Now we've got the uptubs here as well. Make sure all the chat windows fit on my screen so I can see what you're all saying. Happy pre-Monday. Oh, that's a horrible way to look at Sundays. Happy third Friday. That's a better way. So yeah, we are playing some more Farthest Frontier. This is a continuation from the mammoth game that we started yesterday. Ended up going for 8.5 hours somehow, but I'm ready to do some more. We have fields going up here in the north, which has been the reason that we are so badly out of resources, because I didn't realize that clearing all of this woodland would literally use the clear button, not the harvest button. So even though we've just cleared a forest that was like this thick, we got nothing out of it, which is really disappointing. But that's been done there. We have some expansion planned down here. We are playing on average difficulty for everything except for raids, which we are playing on Vanquisher, which is the hardest difficulty. So we've been focusing quite heavily on getting our military set up properly. Oh, I did enable sound already. Man, I really was prepared. What's going on? Yes, there is sound. I still don't have a headset, so it's still messing around with sound a bit more than I perhaps should be. But anyway, once the woods are cleared, once the fields up here are finally established, then we should be able to get the stone, which will allow us to upgrade the temple, and then start doing some archaeological digging. We should be able to focus on getting the planks that we need to upgrade the town centre to tier 3. And yeah, things can move on from there. Saying you want beer, is that what you're saying? Looking for the liquid entertainment, try building a brewery and producing beer. I would love to if I had the technology for it. Speaking of which, why are you flashing? I don't know. Oh, goods production. Just off the face of the earth. But I think that's because we took a bit of a population hit. Although that was 3 years ago now. No, that's food production. Where's population? Oh, you can actually... Oh. Interesting. Yes, the population hit was actually like 3 years ago now. I didn't realize it'd been quite so long. 4 villagers have been have been born, which is good. We have 111 now fit to work, but we still have over 100 children, so half of our population are kids. Which means that we will have a pretty good population spurt in like 6 or 7 years, and it'll be fantastic. But until that point, we are going to be scrambling a little. And I am a little bit concerned about when the next raid comes along. Like, even though I have now got a fully upgraded army, we still need 2 shields, but at that point they will all have crossbows, swords, hubocks, and shields, depending on what class they are, of course. So our military is pretty solid. But I thought that going into the previous raid as well, although that was a particularly painful one. Speed 1, let's go speed 3. 2 days until EU5. Will I be able to sneak into the dev clash? No, I don't think so. I think that's just going to be Tinto people. Where was that announced, by the way? Because I've heard the devs talking about it during the staff conference last month, but haven't seen anything about it since then. So far a frontier I have here. This is feeling a little bit less like a far frontier and now just a frontier town. One thing I could use the army for is to clear out... Oh no, the boar actually we kind of like, because we might try to hunt them. Especially now that my hunters use crossbows, maybe I should go and set up a boar hunting spot. I don't think that's a terrible idea. Although then we're going to get warnings that predator attacks are happening all the time. I wish you could turn off boar predator attacks. Or... do I kind of want to explore over here, but I don't know how best to go about it. Do I just send the army? I think I just
It will be done.
2 children have grown up. Excellent. More manpower. We are up to 11 labourers with the 6 builders now. I do want you all to be aggressive.
As you command. Right away.
The main thing I'm looking for here...
At once. At once.
...is whether there are other
It will be
resources
done.
worth getting.
As you
in this
command.
area. Like, if there is more deer here... Ooh, deep stone, that's good.
Right away.
Herbs, iron, mushrooms, so decent
Right
foraging.
away.
It's
At
generally
once.
a very thick forest, but I was really hoping for
As you
deer,
command. As you command.
because that would make hunting here absolutely worth it.
It will be done. It will be done. Right away. Right away.
Quite a beefy mountain too.
It will be done. Right away.
Those are wolves.
It will be done. Right away. Right away.
Hopefully we don't get rabies again.
It will be done. As you command.
Damn it! We got rabies
At
again.
once.
So I'm just going to tell you lot to return home, and hopefully you can get medical treatment for your rabies affliction. I suspect because we don't have an apothecary that we can't. It's just so annoying. Pre-release stream towards the end of the stream. Oh, okay. What's a bit of rabies between friends? And typhoid, apparently. So Bjorn may well die here. Critically low on firewood. Well, at least we have wood again. Although we are still working over here, but hopefully we're actually harvesting this wood instead of just cutting it. Nope, doesn't look like it. One other thing we may want over here. Oh no, we've already got temporary shelters. Aha! Pre-planning! Apparently did that. So how are the resources looking at the moment? We do have hubux, we have swords, we don't have any shields, but that's fine, we should catch that up easily enough. We are out of crossbows, so even if we did build a hunter over on the right hand side, we wouldn't actually be able to use them. 4 new villagers born. Yay, even more mouths to feed. We have some hay, we have some reeds, we have herbs, we have medical herbs. Tallow numbers, I think, are still going up. Hides are staying roughly even. We have a good amount of food. And one thing that I was noticing is the... Oh, actually, one thing I should do is move the barn. So currently on that one, so which is number 2, it's you. So you will be here next year. Is the fertility of these places still going up, which is really nice. You're actually on the verge of hitting 50. In fact, next year is your recovery year, so you should hit 50 at last. And you're above 60, which is awesome. So yeah, this rotation with a barn, with the goats, seems to work really well. Probably isn't as fast as using, for example, cows, but it's good enough. You're still full health. So even though you have rabies, you're not dying yet. He died. Because what I remember seeing last time is as they were returning home, the health was ticking down, but I didn't see that with him. But yeah, we do need to hire another infantryman. Just to keep our numbers up, so you'll need to get all of the equipment. That's fine. Basically out of firewood again. But this field now looks like it's entirely cleared, which is good. Is there something hunting those deer? Probably not. Yes, there is. Alright, 181 clay. So the clay supplies are still rising slowly but surely. Got a knowledge point. What do we want to use it on though? Oh, we were trying to get the fire risk down, so we need this architecture. So construction speed goes up even further, and then after that we can get the civic inspections. Reduce brick cost for buildings. Desirability from parks and shrines. We still have population space for 27 people, which should be more than enough. Food stocks, even at the end of winter, we have 5 months remaining, which is really good going. And both of these are now ready for work, which is done by farmers, I think. Succumb to illness. That was probably typhoid. Yes. 53. It's a quarter full already. In 22 years. So 80 years, roughly, is probably when it'll fill up completely. That's totally not true, because more casualties are going to increase as the population goes up. New merchants ready. So we want to try to buy bricks if we can. You want to purchase tools and stone. You are not selling anything I particularly want. I'm not buying anything I particularly want to sell you either. We could sell you the honey, I guess. Sure, sell you that. That really doesn't earn very much. Ah, never mind. You'd give a decent price for tools. You know, I'll sell you 10 tools. I want to make sure that we keep at least a couple in storage. 3 more villagers born. Nice. It's immigration I want. So is this all the farmers or are this all the labourers?
Mm-hmm.
These are farmers. Okay. It is. They're approaching from the north. We do have a tower here.
As you command.
And it's just one attack this time. Curious to see how many of them there will be. Do I need to rally the militia, or is this something just my army can handle? Well, they have horsemen. Raider horsemen, 15 armor, 28 damage. They're roughly the same as the Raider warriors, they'll just be quicker. That's fine. Come at me, bro. And we got another merchant. What are you selling? Oh, and we can sell the tools. I think we will. Actually, no. Let's see how much you're offering, first of all. So you would buy clothing, you would buy hides, you would buy beer. You're selling weapons very expensively. You're selling Q-books relatively cheaply, but no. Produce my own. You would buy coal, but I don't really want to sell you coal. So yeah, I think the only one that we're going to be selling to is going to be you, selling some tools. And I'll sell the honey as well. So we have a bit more money in the bank, basically, to pay the wages and stuff for this year. But that seems good enough. So how do those units compare to, for example, my infantry?
Your orders.
It doesn't show your stats anymore. Which is why I kind of want to fight under the protection of the tower. Here they come. There's no civilians. Oh, no, there is a civilian. Away! And the hunter's getting involved. Here comes the infantry. We're under the protection of the tower. The cavalry's going to go for my archers. Makes sense. There's one infantryman there. Alright, so 4 died. Raid size of 23, we killed 14. So all of the archers and 1 infantry died. Okay. Oh, there's another one. Sneaky bastards. Alright, well, you lot may as well return to the garrison. And we'll go ahead and recruit your replacements straight away. No, we won't. Oh, really? Oh. We cannot replenish those losses. Not yet, anyway. Why would that be? We had 10 people spare just a minute ago. I probably don't need as many armorers. Well, we're about to hire a bunch more people, so maybe we do. And we are definitely lacking on shields. Let's tell you to increase the number of shields you're making as well. In fact, how are you doing for just metal? You're a little short in metal, so let's reduce you to 2 people working here. Otherwise, you're going to be dealing with idle time. She didn't have much. 13 villagers graduated. Nice. But it's villagers coming of age that I'm really after here. Typhoid again. Got only a tiny bit of veterancy from that.
Your orders.
You're the one who got typhoid. Awesome. Crops ready for assignment. Exciting! I mean, these are just going to be entirely maintenance right now as we try to get the fertility and stuff up. However, I don't need that many farmers. Three more villagers born. Awesome, even more mouths to feed. A villager was cured of worms. 2 more villagers. 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 2 more Not typhoid, though. That's the one that I really want them to recover from. Hey! Absolutely. Join us. Right, now I can recruit the soldiers that I need. Well, do I want... Yes, I do. I want to make sure that I keep a good standing army. That is now kind of the top priority. And we have once again 9 labourers. We need 27 now. New houses have been set up. They're actually upgrading at the moment, so I think we just let them upgrade. And while this is open to the wildlife, particularly the deer, I don't want to start establishing any proper crops here. Just clover is fine. Although that itself is probably going to get eaten by the deer because the fences aren't done yet. Because I chose to make those fences out of stone. Because at the time, I had a lot of stone. Still have a lot of items. Probably because having labourers harvesting resources is not nearly as efficient as having professionals do it. Like these guys, maybe I do need to increase the number of people in this work camp. Most of the way through summer, getting into early autumn now. But the farmers bring in the crops, which is good. And because we got these fields up pretty early enough, I would say, we should be pretty well future-proofed for needing more food. Consumption's rising, but spoilage is not. Okay. Fisheries. How are the fish stocks here doing? 503. Like, we could add even more fisheries here if we needed to. Those deer are being protected by that, unfortunately. Oh, hang on. We have the boar and the deer here, so we can actually put a hunter hunting this area. Villager stricken with dysentery. How's the storage here? Don't have enough for now. Oh, flax has gone way down. Maybe halved? I only have one weaver though. Oh, that's because I've halved... No, I've removed our flax production entirely. Yeah, that's probably okay. If I need more flax, we can start turning some of these fields into flax production. As well as, like, the recovery mode. 4 new villagers born. So the population does continue to rise. People seem happy enough and fed enough. You're going to be fertilized next year. You're above 50% fertilization, which is good. And most of the crop stuff is done. At which point, we get back to work over here. Still 100 stone. So, our labourers are just not getting stone, really. Oh no, they're getting a little. I don't know whether this field immediately counts as having 6 farmers. I imagine it probably does. As soon as you assign a field, it assigns 6 villagers. Which is probably why we have that many farmers right now. When it only needs 3. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Alright, I'm gonna go blub blub blub. Blub blub blub. Blub blub blub. And I was right. Okay, so that frees up a few people. Do we want you to change your clay composition? I think I want to change you very slightly. So, that'll do. We have more than 200 clay, so now it is really just down to the productivity, the laboring. Did my soldiers get all of their equipment here? Still need shields, but you do have Huberts. Unfortunately, we're out of crossbows. Oh, right. One thing we were going to look at was upgrading you to make crossbows. Ah, but that needs bricks. No, we need a tier 3 settlement so we can get the brickyard. It's such a blocker at the moment. But we're getting wood again. That's a good sign. Think that this is just blocked. Oh, you can just upgrade palisades instead of replacing all the walls. Okay, that's nice. I'm wondering how to do this. Maybe I'll just remove these two. It's going to cause the same problem though, isn't it? What if that was just in the wrong place? Well, the only other option would be there. It looks like it should work. Maybe if I place them all at the same time? Otherwise, we may need to come out one, and then in, out one, then in. Would look weird, though. I'm going to do something that I've not done before. During the winter, I'm just going to straight up... Easy way to do this. I guess there is. I'll be to do this. Reduce the number of farmers we have. Make them all labourers. 5 new villagers born. Nice. Because I do kind of wish that farmers during the winter would just become labourers automatically, otherwise I'm assuming they just sit around. Could be also that it connects diagonally so you don't need the wall corners to connect. Maybe? Looks better this time. I think we got it. Yeah, there we go. I think previously there were basically two wall ends here for some reason. Mouse is starting to bug out. See, it's just me scrolling on the mouse wheel going one way and it keeps flickering in and out. I wish there was a way of fixing that, because that's always the warning that I need to throw a mouse away. It's when it starts doing that. When everything else about the mouse works perfectly, it's just the scroll wheel. Might need a clean. Need to work out how to even do that. Don't even know how you open this mouse. My indication having a worn-out mouse when it starts double-clicking from a single press. Yeah, that would be a pretty sharp warning. And winter, I'm going to say, is over. So, ooh, back up to 21 you go. And I hope you enjoyed having a lot of builders, because we're going back down to 6. Year 23. But it definitely looks like our wood supplies have caught up. Now it's just planks and stone. But I'm still just not going to build anything. Except maybe, yeah, you know what, we're going to build some houses. Because population growth is one thing I do want to continue having. So I think my food production's still fine. I think my industrial output's just fine. Exposure. Your villagers have succumbed to the bitter cold due to lack of shelter or sufficient warmth. 2, 3. So one house basically didn't have firewood, apparently. Awesome! Crops lost to animals. I forgot to move the barn again. Really wish more of this farming stuff was automated. Yeah, that's a whole household. So they must just not have had any firewood throughout the entire winter or something. But then why are they dying now? Winter's over. How dare you die at an inopportune moment? And we're back down on labour accounts. No, where have we lost people? There's a trader. We haven't really. I guess we actually were up to 21 labourers there for a short time. Fires put out. Alright, so, trader, what you got for me, buddy? You don't really want to buy anything. You're selling chickens. 125 each. If I could set up a chicken coop in there a short time, then maybe that's viable. do that. I want to build resource apiaries. So I just realised I think I put the road in the wrong place. It should have been down here. Roads are easy to replace. That's not a problem. Slightly more annoying will be moving you, but I'll deal with that later. I'm assuming the apiaries are just emptied by labourers, which is probably part of the reason we need so many. But one thing I was noticing there when I was looking at the trader stuff is we're actually really short on a lot of our luxury commodities, which strongly suggests that we need to increase our production of basically everything by one person. Which sucks, because that's using up people. Blacksmith is probably alright. The cobbler could do with an extra. Soap maker. Which is you. And the cobbler. Alright, so we get all of that stuff in production, which is fine. Three livestock animals born, 3 children are grown up. Nice. Still not getting in the stone. This critical shortage of manpower continues to thwart us. Now suffering structural problems. Let's go up to 10 so we can get the maintenance actually coming in. Which means we have even less labourers. Sync on, this is starting to stutter a bit. Yeah. That resolution is super high. Oh, that should help. Wait, does that apply? Really helped. And it does look a lot better at this scale. Totally get this game right now, if not for EU5 and having no spare cash right now. I think there are 9 games. I keep on adding more. 9 games coming out this month and next month, which I really want to play. It's kind of absurd. Oh, we might not be getting repairs done because we have no stone. That might actually be what's consuming stone supplies. Alright, I'm going to take a bit of a risk. I'm going to bring these down to just 2 workers each. And if we lose some crops to rot, then so be it. I might reduce these to 3, though I'm fairly sure that is going to cause problems. 30 villagers graduated, so education levels are coming up. But we're back up to 17 labourers now. And they shouldn't have any other jobs except for mining stone. And moving stuff. Impending heatwave. Awesome. So, European Universalis 5. Mountain Blade, Bannerlord 2, War Sails. Heart of Iron 4, No Compromise, No Surrender. CK3, All Under Heaven. Age of Wonders 4, The Vampire Thing. Vampire Masquerade Bloodlines 2. Anno Pax Romana. Which was the 8th, but I'm forgetting one. What was the one I forgot? Now I feel bad. Farthest Frontier. The one I'm playing. So yeah, 8 games. Or was it 9? That was 8. There's one more. I can't remember offhand. Okay. Have I upgraded my town hall? Nope, still haven't had the resources. These problems persist. Despite my best efforts to just let things happen. I'm not adding any more buildings, I'm not building anything new, I'm not adding any of that stuff. The only thing I've done is change the number of resources, or industrial goods that we're producing, because we were running really short. We have 17 out of the 28 we need. We don't know how many builders we need. But we are getting wood again, so that's good. The houses got built pretty quickly. So why are we still just not getting any stone? All of this stone's marked out. I mean, one thing I could do, in fact, you know what I probably should, is build a work camp up here to focus on stone production. So I'm not relying on the labourers to do it. Because clearly it isn't. Oh, we need a rank capture. Which is immunity. True. Markets. You are legitimately running low on water. But I think that's because we just had a drought. No, they're all actually legitimately quite low. Huh. Smokehouses. What is the smokehouses? 3 more months, then I can bring in the fire safety rules. There's water right here. Why are you going back there to get it? There we go. Got it under control eventually. Also, the stockyard next to you, because that's going to be where all of the stone comes in. Four new villagers born. Nice. You can set a grazing area. I mean, anywhere, obviously. Which one of these is the least fertile? Middle one. And then let's move half of the herd from here. To that. So we have plenty of housing, plenty of food. Now we just need a more dramatic advertising campaign, apparently, to get people to join us. That's 3 Sawyers. Because the fact that some of my buildings are at half health or less because of maintenance is concerning. I don't have any active building projects, so I don't know what my builders are doing that's taking them so much time. That's not true. We do actually have some. We actually have quite a few. 3 children have grown up. Excellent. Welcome to the workforce. Now get to work. Do I have a surplus of baskets? That's a good question. Yes. So that's okay. Knowledge generated. Fire rules. Civic inspections. 50% less risk of fire. 30% less work required to put fires out. Probably the most consequential one that I have. Build a stone mine. I can't yet. Might want to focus on some wood production as well. Shut down the sawmill so you can get firewood supplies for the coming winter. I think generally we get enough. It's just whether the wood income continues at the correct rate. Which I think right now it is. I mean, what we can do is bump you up. Although that's taking away more of my labourers. Everything is a measured choice because of the labourer shortage. And without the labourers, nothing gets done. So the farmers are now past the farming season, I think. Yes, they are. Alright. Bring in the farmers. Alright, so for the winter, we have enough labourers and we have enough farmers. It's just whether we can get everything that we need to get done during the winter. Football Manager also seems to be a bust. Yeah, I've heard really bad things about it, which, considering they delayed it or cancelled it last year for the first year ever, is not a good look. Oh my gosh, they're cutting the mining. They're doing it. That is the stockhouse. The last of the requirements for the work camp were just done, so we can turn that one into a stone mining work again. I can have you focus on... Oh no, actually you do have a little bit of stone there, so you can do stone too. But this one's going to be entirely stone. So in fact, you know what, let's just make you entirely wood. And you guys are both close enough to the town centre that I'm not going to bother building any temporary housing. You don't really need it. Unlike these places over here. Wow, apparently do. Oh, that's all the stone miners. Right, that's all the labourers. You've been repaired. So things are being repaired now that we have a source of stone again. You're full. That's interesting. Well, let's set up another temporary camp over here then. Temporary housing. Rat catchers still haven't been built. That's because of a plank shortage. Well, I guess the big threat during the winter, in terms of firewood, is if everyone's taking shelter because it's so cold. Nobody's cutting wood, which means there's no wood coming in for the firewood choppers. Because I've just seen that plummet from like 60 to 19. 2 children have grown up. Excellent! Welcome to the workforce. I think these kids that are growing up now are the very first ones that were born. So we're going to have a couple of years where it's a scattering of like 1, 2 here and there. And then we'll get to 3s and 4s, 5s. More wood reserved for firewood? No. I think it's just we need more labourers to be cutting us more wood. Although now that I have this place permanently on 4 people, I think that we should get a better source of wood coming in. Although finding a better... Or rather, not a better, but having you actually replant your trees would probably also be quite useful. Which is... that one. So I think these will be next. Or... how's my food production and output looking? The other thing we also need is a barrel maker, a cooper, to reduce that spoilage. Oh, because there are no labourers no labourers picking it up. Oh, we're into the next season. First things first, change where the barns are. You should be on the top here. You honestly can stay where you are. However, unfortunately, the barns need to go back to work. We've had a stone delivery for the first time to the temple. There is still some maintenance to be done over here, so we can't be too frivolous with the stone supplies. Oh, that barn was finally finished. Of course it was. I'm going to move you back. Let's go down to 10 builders. Because without resources, there's no point having them as builders. Yearly taxes, 1,208 gold. Not too shabby. Yeah, the market income is definitely going up quite a lot. These rat catchers are still not built. That's mostly because of wood shortages. You've been built, however. Let's go up to 4 and have you working entirely on stone. And this is where that old raider camp was, so this was not always available to us. I think we may need another work camp just for timber. think the best place to do that would be down here. Build. Stockyard here too. In fact, you could kind of do it just as storage down there. First trader of the season on the way in. Crops lost to animals. Why? Signed up there. Merchants has arrived. What do you want? You want clothing, which we don't really have a surplus on. You want iron, same. Candles, same. So yeah, our industry is definitely struggling with the higher population that we're now having to contend with. I think the only thing I would buy at the moment would be crossbows. Villager's been killed. Good. Remember to put farmers back in the fields. Already did. Did that as soon as I saw the snow starting to melt. One rat catcher is done. We still need to get these two up and running. Wherever there is a raw material building, I'm going to put the stockyard by it. Because I have a feeling that those are really high capacity goods, which are not very good to transport long distances. You know what else could be used out here? Temporary shelter. Becoming its own little village. Another trader on the way. It's going to take us a little while to get our industrial goods back up and running. That's really been the major casualty of that huge loss from the that big raid. We're still kind of recovering from that. But we have wood, we have stone. Firewood still needs a little bit of recovery. I think this might actually be the stage where we just need another firewood building. Okay, second trader. Wants to buy herbs. Abso-freaking-lutely. And they're selling very cheap meat. Like, really cheap. I don't really need food right now, though. It would just spoil. Let's go ahead and put 2 workers in here just so we can get those herbs in. I might just sell like 1,000. Or as much as he's got money for. I'm selling at 2 each. Would give us 1,000 just from this. So we can sell 700 total. Have I built a brickworks? Nope. Still can't get a brickworks because I still don't have a tier 3 settlement. There we go. First round sold. And then I'm going to transfer another 200. Shit. I'm out of tools. That's not good. Why are we out of tools? Oops. Pressed something by accident there, and I don't know what it was. Enabled one of the overlays by accident. Right, tools. Tools is a blacksmithing thing. Which is this building. Maybe you just need an extra person. How are we doing for iron? Yeah, we have loads of iron, so I think that is legitimately what we just needed, just another person in here. We are still crafting swords, we're still... Maybe tools have paused? Should be pausing at 5. Why is that paused? Weird. 3 more villagers born. 134 of our 266 are fit and working. So still 50% of our population are infants. Still out. Okay, one more. Take them. You just need stone to upgrade. Well, now that we just got another 11 people, that's a huge influx in terms of the labourers that we needed. So things ought to start getting done now. And yeah, you are indeed dropping the stone off in here. And wood. Oh, you're... Huh. Case. Wait. Oh, you have this right next to you now. So that was probably from previous movement. Children have grown up. Excellent. Welcome to the workforce. Also, I need to continue selling new herbs. Get. So. You can rejoin the workforce. 23 of the 30. So we're getting a bit closer. I apparently sold that last bit of herbs just in time. We're still 6 clay short. Makes me wonder if I do in fact want to increase my clay production. Very slightly. To try to get the 200. Although... Well, hang on. Are you up and running yet? No. No, you know what? The clay is holding really steady. Let's see if we can get the clay over 200. What are you aiming for? That's clay. There. You're aiming for 250. That's fine. I think if I see us get to 25 stone again, I'm just going to immediately upgrade this well. Clearly it needs the extra capacity. And the accumulation. Although it seems to be recovering now, so maybe we did just have an extended drought. Because I think it was drought season. Production, consumption, still narrowing, but spoilage has gone down. I kind of see spoilage as the like the safety bit between starvation and not. If spoilage starts to go down without having done anything to reduce it, that means the population's risen too high. And this well seems to be recovering just fine now, so I don't need to upgrade it. So yeah, I think it was just a drought. Three more villagers born, crops lost to animals. Goats are eating my hay. Or rather, goats are eating their hay. Hay supplies are still fine. So every 3 years I have hay being grown. But that seems to be enough to stock the barns, and actually this road can now finish. That's better. Knowledge generated. So we want to get the faster regrowing trees now in order to get the forestry. So that we can have wood production becoming a permanent feature. Causing you to have to walk all the way up to drop things off. You're only working 53% of the time at the moment, which is not ideal. Four children have grown up, and in fact, we need more housing. Oh, a bunch of houses are about ready to upgrade, so we'll just let them do that. It'll be fine. Are you out of water again? Kind of. Right, we'll upgrade you. I'll allow it. We have the temple! Excellent. So with that, we can now start doing archaeology and excavating this and this. Being quite close to us. Alright. Good, good, good. Now I'm starting to think that we are very close to wanting to get a second barracks. How many resources do I need for the town hall? 200 planks, 200 clay. We've just hit the 200 clay, so now we just need the planks. Which should start to improve once these are all built. They are now, good. So you want to be focusing in mostly on wood. So this area should become quite productive now. More so than it has been anyway. So now that we've made the clay go over 200, we can drop you back again, because we know that the clay numbers stay pretty much stable with 2 miners. We're getting close to winter again. Stone supplies are looking healthy. Wood supply is still not very much, but we've just added another... We've basically doubled our wood production. We need 3 grand. Ooh, cost to go up. Oh, of course, the temple. That's fine. Soap and candles are still short. Let's see if we can increase that. both of those are full now. I need another temporary house over here. The other place I would very much like to upgrade would be the Fletcher. Can't. Bricks. We're out of firewood in the middle of winter. Hold on, hold on. We have farmers. We don't need farmers in the middle of winter! And while I'm thinking about that, let's also move the farms. Me too. That still works for me. We have 6, 7, so we do need 3. Raiders coming from the south. We do have a tower here. I don't really want to deploy my army too soon because of
As you command.
In the cold. We're not going to have a lot of early warning here. We may well need to deploy the militia because it's so close to our main town. That's not horrible. In fact, that should be entirely doable with what we have here. Except for the fact that my crossbows are at the front. Really not in range?
As you command.
Damn it. Still lost a crossbowman. Or maybe an archer. We don't know what he was. But anyway. That was a much easier raid. Please keep them at that scale. It was an archer. Our crossbowman's still alive. So we have firewood, it's now just planks I'm short on. Going up to 4. Villager died. Exposure. We have firewood now. So if you don't have firewood in your shelter, I think that's on you. Year 25. Work rate 100%. You finally need a second driver. We still have all of these buildings wanting to be upgraded, which is increasing not by much population capacity. More exposure? This was almost typhoid. Oh, I was a child. Taxes! 1,256. So we're starting to get soap, pottery. We still don't have candle surplus. Is that because of a wax shortage? No. Just need another person in here. How are we doing for labourers? Oh, hang on. Farmers. We have lots of labourers because we currently have no farmers. Fixed. Need 30. So we're only actually 8 shorts at the moment. But that's because we only have 3 builders currently. But that's okay. Like, this means this is automatically set. This means that it's perfectly happy with just 3 because we don't have major building projects going on. Two new villagers born. Really good. How are the mines doing? No, that's in storage. How much metal do you have left here? None? Trader. There's my coal mine again. Oh, it doesn't actually tell you how much there is. Huh. No, really? Merchants arrived. Okay. What do you want? You want iron, which I don't really want to sell. You are selling knowledge. But I think our knowledge at the moment is fine. So no. If we had extra clothing, I could sell it to you. We're lacking flax. Ah, we finally run out of flax. Alright, well, I think it's time for you to start being a bit more productive in this. Flax and... beans? We're doing beans, so you should probably be peas for a little bit more of a difference. Peas want cold, they hate it when it's hot. Flax doesn't care. So flax and peas. So you're a second year recovery. No, you know what? I don't think you need that much production. So you're just going to be first year output. You're going to be a second year output. Beans, isn't it? It's not beans. Then you're going to be a third year output. However, if I do this, I'm going to need to start increasing the number of workers, probably. Five animals born, wow. I mean, it makes sense. We have 2 places now that are basically doing that. Definitely need more help. What you could do with is having a road connecting these two so you can get to the industrial quarter more quickly. Because a lot of the wood is going to be coming from here. Although at the moment our wood supplies are looking pretty healthy. Okay, you are wanting shoes, which I'll happily sell you. You're wanting candles, which I'll now happily sell you. And pottery, which I will also happily sell you. And housing is still being blocked by Blackpool's planks, so we'll just try to massively increase the amount of planks we're producing. I'm actually kind of wondering if maybe part of the problem here is the fact that we don't have a stockyard. No, the stockyard's right there. We're fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I know I'm at the pop cap. I'm waiting for all of this to upgrade because that should increase the population capacity. Although I could also just build some more houses. Might be worth doing. You know what? Hi. Did I get a warning about that? Oh, it's these little raids because I'm excavating. They don't like me excavating. I remember this. Let's put you on... Hello? Aggressive. Have you attack down? I mean, this is basically free experience for us, so it's fine. "55 villagers graduated. Crops lost to animals. It's probably just a stray. And I lost an archer. Again. So even though they have Q-books, they're still really squishy. But at least we're starting to get a bit of veterancy now. Stone supplies are looking pretty healthy. All very nearly done. So are you. And the fact that relics are actually being exploited at the moment means that we have sufficient labourers, even though it's still complaining. Although that's not to say that we couldn't do with more. It kind of feels like we had a really big shortage of planks for quite a long time. I didn't realise that the deficit was quite that bad. Because even with 6 sawyers... spending quite a lot of time transferring goods for some reason. I wish there was a way that I could, say, prioritize this, like make sure that this gets stocked up by the guys in the wagon camp. Ah, you're still building a wagon. Okay. So that second wagon's not up and running yet. Crops still being lost to animals. Ow. Martyr relic. No, I do not want to use that, especially not on Vanquisher. There's an achievement. If you play on Vanquisher with the Arc on for like 10 years, then you get bonuses. A new Wilds relic. Trees grow 15% faster and orchards produce 25% more food. Okay, so maybe we should start using some orchards. Firewood again. Now this is not a wood shortage issue. This is a supply issue, which is a labourer issue. which is a manpower issue. Okay, well, one thing that I can and will do is harvest resources, trees. I want that. Just cut down, please, by laborers. And I'm doing this manually this time, rather than just saying I want to build buildings here, because if you just say I want to build buildings and they clear it and you don't get the wood. There's a lot of wood here and I want it. There are stockyards not that far away. Knowledge. More tree growth, which unlocks the forestry. Which then means that the woodcutter down here, and what I might end up doing is moving this one down there as well. And just having this being a reusable resource. And have the stone miner continue here. In fact, I might as well excavate you. We're at our stone limit. That's fine. If we're at the stone limit, then that means that those people are returned to the labourer pool. And I'm A-okay with that. Not complaining about a shortage of planks anymore. That is an interesting definition of not a shortage. Villager stricken with scurvy. Let's try to upgrade here. No, I don't actually want to do that. And let's go left ages ago. Okay. Because we've now sunk below the 3,000 needed to upgrade the city. So even if I did get the 200 planks, which still seems a ways off, I would now no longer be able to afford the upgrade. Damn it! I'm going to upgrade you, though. Four children have grown up. Good. More manpower. Don't have a lot of coins in the trade center. I haven't transferred. Do I? Oh, I do. Haha! I'm rich! I'm usually pretty good at transferring those. Apparently not this time. We only have 2 months worth of food. That's not ideal. Why? Because the spoilage is down. As I was saying, this is what the outcome would be. So consumption hasn't outstripped production yet. Also, this is middle of autumn, so we're still in the middle of harvest season. But I think that we need to make these fields a bit more productive now. So what do I want them doing in the off seasons? Because I don't think I need more flax. I think this is just purely going to be food. I'm not even convinced that pea's the right choice here. So flax wants highly sandy crops. I wish it did say in this overview whether it likes sand or clay. Carrots. Carrots are what we want to do with flax. What do carrots like? Carrots love the cold, hate the heat. Do leeks, carrots and leeks. Yeah, let's do that. Carrots and leeks. What's this? That's third year. First year, so this is our second year recovery. Carrots. Carrots and leeks. However, now that I'm adding sand to these places, I'm going to need the sand pit. Well, it's a good thing there's a sand resource right next door to all of this. Oh, that's a inexhaustible one. Never mind. Alright, find me some more sand, please. There. Oh, that's a long way away. That one might be a little bit better. This is at least closer to that. Alright, let's go ahead and put a sand pit as close to my town as I can get it. So, hey Katie. Sounds quite a bit bigger than when I disappeared yesterday. I mean, I ended up streaming for 8.5 hours yesterday, somehow. I must enjoy this game. Are you ready to put those extra houses down? Yeah. Wait, what's wrong? We are still short on firewood. second person splitting wood in here then. I do wonder if it's because we have the stockyard so much further away now, so if the firewood people are having to walk further. Yeah, transfer of goods time quite high. Which is why I really wish I could say I want to prioritize this stockyard for logs. Oh, maybe I can. I can. This is settlement wired. This is local. I want to maintain a minimum of 25 logs in here. No, I might even make that 50 because we use a lot of logs here. So I want 50 logs in here. 3 new villagers born. We now have a population capacity of +10. This stuff is being built. Let's put down another house. Oh, we are no longer farming. And for next year, we need to shift the barns around. So next year, this place is in fact you're going to be free to do that. For you, it's going to be this one. Now it matters where I put you. $76 firewood, 156, 160 logs, 20 planks. We're getting surpluses at last! Huzzah! Whitey is here! Thank you very much for the 70-month resubscription. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there. Thank you. And Tim Kite, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Good to have you joining us. So we still have sufficient clay. Now we just need to build up the wood stockpile. There we are. Now we're starting to drop off logs here. That should help. That should help a lot. We did transport quite a lot of stuff last year. Fair enough. So how are my resources looking? Clothing is low, baskets is good, shoes is good. Candles and soap, I could do with more of both of those, honestly. Clothing is a flat shortage, maybe? Nope, not at the moment. In fact, making candles is really cheap. It's just manpower intensive. It is the start of the new year. Let's go back to work. Which will give me a better idea of what our manpower situation is actually like. Oh, we're actually only 2 people short. Even with boosting our industry. 1,372 gold from taxes alone. Now it is just the planks I'm short on. Oh, there's another well. I knew there were more of them around. Yes, I will upgrade you. Yes, I will upgrade you as well. Merchant has arrived. You wish to purchase shoes? You wish to purchase coats? I can provide all of the above for you. And baskets too. You would buy planks, but I'm not selling you planks. You'd buy sand. Show you sand. I can't because I don't have it yet, but I would if I could. 4 villagers born. Are we in a position yet to... Oh, you've actually finished harvesting all of that. No, you haven't. Oh, geez. Okay. That's a big raid. Just as I thought things were going okay. How do I want to deal with this? I think that this is going to be a militia battle. Yeah, I really need to get a second barracks. Sooner rather than later. Probably position it up here. Well, this tower should be able to do some damage to the attack coming from that direction. It'll hold them up. The attack coming from this direction will hit into these. And we have the tower there. This one will go into this, which is probably the most heavily fortified, so I think that's maybe where I'll deploy the army. But I need to be kind of careful in how I use the army here, because they're a limited resource. This is how I remember raids. That's why I thought it was weird the raids in the first game were so small. Yeah, right, let's deploy. That's the battering ram. Warriors and a couple of pikemen, which are anti-cavalry. 39 damage. 31 damage from the archers. Oh, the archers look identical to the raiders. Okay, so the raider pikemen just do slightly more damage. They're not more heavily armed, though. So these aren't the elites. At least down on that side. These are just warriors and archers. So the one probably in the most danger is this tower. I think I'm going to let the towers absorb some of the damage here. Six livestock animals born, 3 children. That's cavalry. Cavalry are kind of scary, because they'll be able to get amongst my people and do some damage. This is definitely the biggest offensive, though. This is probably the weakest side. So maybe I'll just engage these with my regular forces right now. I would love for the archers to pick off their archers.
It will be done. At once!
Oops.
Your command.
Right away. Right away. Right away. It will be done.
As soon as they run away, it's fine. So that's that side dealt with. This is the cavalry coming in, which I think is the next group that we need to deal with. You've gone through the tower already. I'll take cover. So we did very well against that northern side, but that was the easier bit. We definitely need a barracks here. Although we probably would have just lost it had we done so. Some stuff again. You son of a bitch. Those things aren't cheap. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to send the militia mob that way, and I'm going to send the army this way. Going for my palisade. Well, if they're running away, the army over this side. Did the army fight them? Nope. They just ran away. Huh.
It will be done.
It will be done!
Here we are, done. They didn't even destroy the armory. And at the end of all of that, I lost one archer. And lost 2 people only. Is there anything you want? You want baskets, you want pottery, you want clothing. So basically the same as everyone else. Let's ring the bell. And picking up the wounded. Perfect! did lose a couple of people there, apparently. Village was raided. Raid size 53. Raiders killed 20. Villagers killed 9. Okay, so we did lose more than I thought. Ah, they stole 40 pelts, 16 iron and a shield. Yeah, we definitely need to fortify the industrial quarter. It's quite valuable. Those hides, is that going to set me back? Not really. 16 iron, that's fine. And 1 shield. I mean, that's easily replaced. Alright, so we lost an archer again, so I need to recruit another archer again. I was more afraid that they'd be stealing the Hubuks and things, but that's why I have them set in here. And in fact, what I might do is minimum quota to make sure that they are prioritized in here. No, that's maximum. We'll be able to sell very much this time around, unfortunately, but so it goes. Crops lost to rot. Yeah, that's because our people had to go out and fight. So our economy is going to be a little bit weaker after that. But honestly, as bad as that could have been, that was fine. Mountain to the southeast can make an awesome castle fort, though. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I was thinking. When I have a tower here, whether I rebuild that or if I just literally stick a barracks there, I'll probably just stick a barracks there. There was a tower here, however, I do want to rebuild. How big is the footprint? 4 by 6. So on top of an iron mine thing. There's so much iron around, I think it's fine. Four by 6. Although actually, hold on. If I really want to take advantage of the ranged bonuses, I should put it here. Yeah, that's better. Cancel. And we'll go for a 4 by 6 on here. Should I flatten more around it? I'm hoping I can just add more flattening after this is built. We'll find out. Did you manage to bring in anything else to sell? No, and I kind of suspect you won't be able to. Please do auto refill. That's fine. No, I did not. Here come the first workers. Turn the whole thing into a castle. You know what? Yeah, we're going to flatten more of this. All of that, please. No, come back. So plenty of population capacity now that we've built the extra residences here. They should, yeah, level up very quickly. Plank production's going nicely. Clay we've still got sufficient. Now I just need this to hit, this one to hit 200. Crops hostile animals. Probably because my animal people were away. Yeah, we lost a little, but that's fine. We still have 6 months worth of food. Although a lot of that meat's not being smoked. Again, might have been because people were away. So I'm not going to make any judgments about my economy right now because it's a little bit all over the place. What point can I get? Stone roads, tier 3. So soon. Flattened? It doesn't look very flattened. No, that is not flattened. Do it again! Too many yes men in your settlement. Have I tried F3 so I can see villager health and see what they're doing? Yeah, I can, but the icons are so small it doesn't really help. And generally, what the villagers are doing is fine. It's finding buildings that I struggle with, like find where all of the foragers are. It would be quite nice to be able to just go resource, alright, let's say wells, then click on well, and then have it actually highlight the wells, but it doesn't. Highlights them when they're nearby, but it doesn't highlight them on the screen. Map has a really cool layout and a good resolution. Wonder, or good resources. Wonder if the map seed can be used by others. Would you mind sharing the seed? If I knew how to see it? Sure. I mean, if you look at the stream yesterday, at the very start of the stream, the map seed's on there. From when I created this map. Wait, no, that's not true, because I re-rolled. I don't know how you see it. There it is. So if someone wants to type it out and put it into chat, I'll pause here for a second. Have a refreshing beverage. In fact, no, you know what? I'm going to sort my laundry out because that beeped at me a while ago. So while that's going, copy the stuff and I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Was a bit on the Discord. Thank you. Okay, so back to the game. As the second round of flattening is almost about to finish. We're getting there, we're getting there. Actually, though. If they need to go back and do stuff, then I'll let them do that. I want to make sure that other tasks in the town actually get finished. Planks. They remain the main thing that I need to have coming in. We have a couple of buildings upgrading, which is going to be taking some planks, but that's fine. We can also go back to speed 3. Stricken with dehydration. It's lost to animals. Is that because they're running amok? Yes. Yes, it is. We're halfway. But the question is going to be whether I can actually afford to do these upgrades. Is it worth starting to really maximize my industrial output now? Now that I can afford it. How's my flax supply? Flax is fine, so yes, you can. Metal I'm still going to be a bit hesitant on. You're already maxed. You're already maxed. You very much are not. And we do have quite a lot of quite a lot of clay, so we could definitely do more pottery. Pottery can become a pretty big seller. Coats, I think we're doing okay on. Don't think we need more of those. 4 new villagers born. Villager was cured. So the healer's house definitely paying for itself there. We have capacity for 40 villagers now, which is good. Food production's gone up again. Right, because we brought those other fields online. Spoilage is at an all-time low. Which is interesting. Not sure why that is. Especially with production having risen so much. Well, I guess the production's risen so it hasn't had a chance to spoil yet, so it's the year after that we'll start to see the spoilage. Spiritual and clothing. Or is that because we're still stocking this? That's because we're still stocking this. Alright, yeah, don't do that anymore. Save those goods for the people. We actually have way more of those than I initially realized. But that's totally fine. 5 children have grown up. Okay, so we're starting to reach the point where kids are entering the workforce. Tears of the mother. Birth rate and health of villages increased by 10%. Boom! I don't really care about the trees regrowing. What I do care about is the tears of the mother. Yes. We're definitely getting there. Oh, we could actually do it now. One more flatten, and then we'll build. Villagers need more tools. Really? Yes, really. Okay. Blacksmith. Completely need another person. How are we doing for iron? We're a bit short on iron, so we can clearly do with another foundry person. Which probably also means that we're going to need some more rooms. Oh yeah, we definitely do. In fact, probably needed that a while ago. And then with that, we're going to need another influx of people. Although, winter... Yep. Let's get the farmers doing something a bit more productive. And in fact, whenever I do that, I should probably also just double check and do the barns at the same time. So you're moving to the northernmost. And you're moving to the farthest. That was not straight. Oops. 137 plank. No, 143 planks. 157 firewood. So those quantities are looking a lot better now. We have 8 cubics in storage. Nice. We definitely suffered a lot more casualties this time around than we did in the previous game. 3 new villages immigrated and 6 new born. We're at just under 300 now. And people are still very happy. Being entertainment. That's true! We haven't actually built them any theatres or like festival poles or anything like that. Question will then be, where should this go? Around the markets. Pub and theatre at tier 3. For which we will then need to discover brewing. Now it's the middle of winter and we just suffered our major attacks. I'm wondering if maybe I want to take these guys and destroy the bandit camp up there. Get some more veterancy that way too. Yeah, let's. And I think I'm going to get the tier 3 settlement before I get the next barracks done.
As you command.
We're just telling me to stop.
Your orders. It will be done.
Done. This one was a lot easier. So we got some food, money, loads of hides, another crossbow, which is nice, cubic shields and tools. No losses, that's what I like to see. I managed that one a lot better, so maybe I should just fight these battles slower than I do. And we got a knowledge too. Ah, forestry. Excellent. Okay. They will need to be upgraded as such, however. Which will cost bricks, which I can't. Which I don't have yet. Damn it. Oh, we're out of firewood. We do bring the logs here, so your work rate should be a heck of a lot better now. Your basic needs are problematic. What is that? Yours, isn't it? Oh. The villager has died, but our resources are going up slowly. I'm still surprised how slow the candles are going up. Oh, we have no wax, that's why. Died of an illness. Dehydration. What the hell are you doing all the way out here, getting dehydrated? Ah, sandpit's up and running, so we should be getting some sand. Taxes! 1,564. And yeah, somebody mentioned that you can make the UI a little bit bigger. I think I will. There we are. That's better. Don't think it makes these much bigger though. Oh, maybe. Yeah, now I can actually read the names. Oh, widgets. That's the other thing you can embiggen. Yeah, that helps a bit. Now I can actually see what the icons are. How close am I to upgrading the town hall? 25 wood away. As long as we're able to sell some stuff, because that's a bit concerning. Because it's going to cost me 3 grand. So we need a trader to come in soon. No, keep flat. I am not yet happy with its outcome. Oh, farming. We already did the barns, so that's fine. We're still short on iron and coal, so we need to increase the number of people working on those. Basically, I have to compare these versus what the foundry is outputting. Trader is almost here. Hay is running short. Is that going to be a problem? We have hay harvest this year. Although that may become a problem in the future, because we are definitely using more and more of our feed stores. Oops. Merchant has arrived. Please want something valuable. You want weapons, you know? I am actually really happy to sell you weapons. I mean, that's all I'm going to sell you, but those are going to be worth quite a bit, so that's fine. Till 2 children have grown up, that's good. And we're at 200. And with that, upgrade. Don't want the minimum quotas of all construction materials in here. Where do those go? They probably go in here, don't they? No. Maybe they go straight to the market. That's possible. We can immediately sell you 17 swords, which takes basically all of your money. We'll turn those 3 swords back to the storehouse. Pleasure doing business. And with that, I am solvent again. Huzzah! Then once the town hall is upgraded, I can finally build the brickyard. "84 villagers graduated. Nice. Education 69%. Have tools 88. That's not good. Still short tools. That's a you problem. "5-1-1. I mean, I think that ratio is fine. I think you just needed the 4 people. And we do have a surplus of iron now. We have a very slight surplus of coal. Iron and coal get used pretty much instantly with only 3 people in the foundry. We need 2 people on each of these. That's going to be costing our people a lot of time too. Yeah, doing shelter stocking. That may help. A lot of tallow, which means I can do even more soap production. Tallow and herbs, very, very abundant in this settlement. And it looks like with the number of farmers I've set... Ah, nice. We're totally fine on that. We've just got another 10 people in the immigration round. Food and everything is looking very solid. Okay, I think that's basically as flat as it's going to be. So let's go ahead and put down... So I could have you right up to the edge, but I don't think I want to do that. I think I want to do something like this. Maybe even like this. And then the big question's going to be, where do I put the entrance? Probably here. Take upstairs. So probably flat on this. This is indeed a hill fortress. And that should hopefully be enough to defend this southern part of town. It's maybe a little too far away from this, which is why maybe building it here would have been better. But at least this way, if we get attacked from anything in here, it's going to be in an absolutely prime position to fight back. Oh! Yes! Level 3. And we also gained a knowledge at the same time. Which we're probably going to use for cooping. so we can get better storage. Or research at the academy. That might actually be better. Yeah, let's go for the research rate. Because we do have an academy now. So, first things first. Resources. Brickyard. Now, where do I put this? Considering my clay pit is all the way over here. I definitely don't want to put this near the clay pit. I think it's still going to be in this area. Yeah, that works. And in fact, there's a clay deposit right there, so this works doubly well. Iron and coal are actually trending upwards at the moment, that's good. Hay is stuck at 100, but that's because we are farming the hay this season. Yeah, where's this road gonna go? Alright, so brickyard just needs a bit more stone. We have plenty of stone still in storage. Wood still fine. Planks are going to need to pick up their numbers once more, but we seem to have the sufficient production to produce that now, so that's fine. We've got another knowledge, and I think that's going to go into more knowledge generation. Some more scientific method, please. Especially now, once I have the brickyard, I can then build the paper mill, which allows me to feed paper into here. 15 more. We got 25 people this season. Heck yeah. Okay, well, I think it's probably time for us to cut down that forest and that forest. We have a forager going for there. We have no forager on this. What forager is collecting all of this, I wonder? That's fine, we can just move you north. To there. Although at that point, you may as well be just stationed over here. Just someone going rampage. I mean, if you're eating your own hay, that's your own damn fault if you starve in the winter. I'm just saying. Just found out you can move the blueberry bushes. Yes, you can. I kind of wish you could move the other bushes too, though. Where's the road end? I think it's there. Either way, this still needs more flattening. Barracks is done. How are we doing for resources for the barracks? We have shields, we have hubicks, we have swords. Let's go recruit 6 people. Infantry. Do actually have different banners. Not these. I'm not the right company. These are the Maudlings. And these are... what do we call these guys? Mortiers. I was thinking like musketeers. Or the Tears of Death. That works too. Would a watchtower inside the garrison help? Yes. That is why I left some more space at the front here. But I wanted to get this stuff up and running first. And we have 26, we want 36, so we need another 10 people basically. But I did just pretty dramatically expand the size of my military. So that's fine. Now the only thing I'm not sure about is whether the soldiers need to be garrisoning this for it to be shooting. I suspect probably yes. But at least they can be mobile too. Brickyard's up and running. We're going to want a lot of bricks, which means we're going to want a lot more clay. I don't have that much use for bricks. Let's just go with 2. Yeah, do. Those bricks can go there. We also want some spare bricks so we can upgrade the Fletcher so we can start making crossbows. Upgrading the armory and the blacksmith would be nice too. Do we need special technologies for that? I think we might do. Upgrading some of this stuff might be useful. More yield from candle production would be quite nice. Foundry can upgrade to smeltery, so we do need that there. Deep mines is deep mines. Deep mine ventilation, mining speed. Glass blowing and preserving are both over here. More durability for tools. That might be good. Blacksmith Forge upgrades to Blacksmith Workshop would allow us the heavy weapons. Armory to the Arsenal requires both of those, which we actually have. Would allow us to get plate armor, I assume? Ooh. Extra weapon damage, extra armor for Hubix and plate. I mean, now we're hitting the tier 4 stuff, but... How many techs do we need for that? 34. We're at... Sorry, we have 34. We need 42. Okay. There's this little bit there that won't be used right now, so let's go ahead and flatten this. Make it a bit more of a gentle slope, so we can put the road there. 27% combat efficiency, 24% combat efficiency, but you are a 1-star combat. What changes the efficiency, I wonder? It's winter. And we need some more builders. That's fine. So first things first, we need to identify where the barn is going to go. It's actually going to go for that second one. It is already there. And for you, it should just be this one. And then we don't need any farmers for this season. Housing. Villagers require homes to be happy and healthy. To provide shelter from the elements as villagers immigrate to the town, you'll need to construct... Oh, I am at my limit. More houses to meet the demand. Amazing that that's only just come up now. Well, we've done a pretty good job of clearing all the stuff over here, so let's go ahead and build some more houses. You know what I should really do? I should move these over here. Oh, they reduce desirability. They don't need to be that close, though. I could just put them here. Do that. 3 children have grown up. Jolly good. Working population is now 205. And our little mountain fort's nearly done. We're still out of tools. Still out of shields. Still out of swords. But we have iron. I wonder if that's just iron shortages then. You don't have a lot in storage. Predators. I had those for a while. A bear! Oh man, there's loads of people around here. Good luck. Did lose one person though and almost lost a second. However, it is the start of the new year. So let's get the farmers back to work. Rats. Huh. Easily fixed. Actually, can the rat catchers change their radius? Probably can. Yeah, they absolutely can. So I don't need to put the rat catchers actually in the centre of town. They can be on the edge and then work inside. Freeing up valuable real estate potentially. taxes! 1,693. Good. And now we're getting a decent number of resources, like 61 soap. We still only have 1 pottery. Is that a clay shortage? Maybe? Merchants already arrived. Let's go and increase the amount of clay we're producing. 58. Alright, what's the trader want? None of these traders are offering like exceptional prices, unfortunately, but you do want soap, you do want shoes, you do want baskets, which I don't think I really want to sell you. You want coats, which I usually have a lot of. Are you offering anything? You're selling bricks! Damn it! For the first time we can get bricks. What the? Trying to get this to become a more gradual slope and just failing apparently miserably in this. Ah, over here we can. That's a long way around though. Is it though? Would be made to work. If I can't get this to work, I'll do that. Easily removed if we need to. We're being raided. I do wish I kind of played a sound effect or something. We're like, "Rrrr. You're under attack. Rrrr." Alright, so we have nobody going via my new defenses because of course not. That'd be far too easy. Alright, let's deploy. So you're going to come into this industrial area which is effectively completely unguarded. You're going to come into this side where we can mob you with the militia and you're just a long way away. So I think we would probably want to go forth, fight these guys, head over here, fight these guys, or maybe these guys. Either way. Deploy.
As you command.
Merchant. Yeah, we do want both merchants here. Are you buying anything at high prices? You're buying candles. I want to sell you the candles because you tend to have more money. So, are you offering more money for the clothing? You are. Then I will offer you more clothing. I'll definitely sell you the coats. Is this everyone? Right, that's that force. They look to be just raiders and a couple of archers. That force we can't see yet. That force we can't see yet. They're a long way away. So this fight should be relatively simple. to be just infantry.
Your command.
Oh, come on! Lucky shot. Right, and there. I'm starting to emerge. Let's bring the army to here. Trying to decide whether we need the militia or not. You look like you're still trying to rally over there. You're just a warrior. I wonder if this gang could take him down. I don't really need to risk that, though. Not now that I have an actual military. Bit of cheesy trick, but raiders are actually clever in this game and often attack where they have access. So if you build walls around the town but leave an opening where... Yeah, same as Rimworld. There's the battering ram, so this is definitely the biggest threat. So this is going to be the cavalry. Yep. So what I'm thinking is get the mob down here to face off the cavalry, and then get the army to face off against these guys.
As you command. It will be done.
Again, it's taking the guards. God damn it, we should do that. You're going to suffer a lot of casualties here because the cavalry are actually fighting back quite hard. The army's doing great though. You know what, let's... The cavalry though, they'll just chase us down and kill us. Good! Man, we lost a lot of people though. Ah, fire! Exclamation mark. You go put these down. Okay, so regular villagers can absolutely not fight against cavalry on their own. Not anymore.
At once.
50 dead. Village was raided. Oh, I lost as many as they did, and they stole 2 things from me. Okay, well, lesson learned. In the future, you have walls. Use them. Let the army do what the army does. Because the army performed admirably. Yeah, if I just tell you to just grab deceased people, or injured people, or whatever, will you just do that? It's not the deceased I'm after, it's actually the injured. I want to see if I can pick them up. Got him. Would someone please pick up the injured guy that's just sitting here? Pretty please, with the cherry on top.
Need something?
Yes, I need you to save the person who is currently bleeding out. And can in fact be saved. Probably. Did you get it? Nope.
What needs doing?
Oh, you got it. Good. Alright, that's fine. So you lost an archer. I definitely don't have people to replace you with right now. Yeah, our economy is kind of in tatters after that again, so we're going to need a period of recovery. 3 structures were destroyed. I do need to rebuild those. Rebuild. Build. Rebuild. That's all 3. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Right, I'm going to do those. I'm going to move these defensive towers a bit more to the outskirts because you're now too far inside the town. And we'll establish some more. Because I think that we'll be able to bounce back relatively quickly from this. Like, yeah, we lost 50 people. There are a couple of things I can do. I'm producing the... Destroy again. It's just harder to produce. 6 new immigrated, 7 new villagers born. So this is where the large numbers of infants and children start to come through. You want to sell that, and you want to buy that. Before I forget. I don't need any soap anymore. For selling clothing and candles, I will continue to do quite happily. But not anymore, because you just left. So let's reduce you by 1. Let's transfer the gold that we made into the coffers. So that remains a bit more healthy. None of the shoes made it to the town. And then during the winter is when we can get all the farmers doing other things. So how many labourers do we have? We currently have 8. We can probably reduce the chandler and the bottom. So we have 2 of everything again. Except for the blacksmithing, but that's because I want to try to catch up with the number of tools that we're lacking. It's increasing, we're at 92% now. $600 tallow. We have a lot of flax. We have a lot of honey.
Need anything?
I'm thinking that I probably want to go to 2 guards per tower now. Particularly the ones guarding here, because this is kind of such a fragile area. Though I need to be a little careful about manpower. just a little bit. Did we ever get that archer replaced? We should. And did you lose anyone at all? Yes, you lost 1 infantry. Replaceable. Okay, so our army is back up to strength. Slowly but surely the paper mill is starting to take shape. We are lacking bows and arrows, except we're not really. Still lacking tools. Oh, were they attacking the market? Yeah, they were trying to steal stuff from the market. So actually we probably do still want to have towers near the markets. We just want to have some a little further out as well. And then later on we can basically make these part of the regular defense network. Like if we build walls, then we can put these towers around the walls. So attack through here, kind of okay. An attack here, dangerous. You should protect basically anything coming in from that direction. Let's also put a tower here. Just to buy ourselves a bit of time. Villagers born, crops lost to animals, villagers stricken with typhoid, crops lost to rot. At least this time we have all the resources and stuff we need. We're not going to not survive the winter. We might well need another graveyard before too long, though. That's probably quite likely. Maybe we'll put a tower here. No, because I don't actually want the raiders messing around with my fields if I can avoid it. It might well be... No. I was going to say it might well be worth putting walls around this now. But I don't think it is, not yet. Because I am going to want those fields to expand a bit more. Although these fields are so much more productive than the ones I had in the previous game. Because I'm actually managing the fertility a lot better. In fact, fertility continues to rise. Ten more bricks required. We have one sword. We still have 7 cubits. How many bows do we have? So I could recruit 4 more archers for this place. I have 1 labourer, so... We have 26 miners. Do I need 26 miners? With 1 less. Five remaining. However, my expenditure has risen quite significantly, so we're going to need to make sure we have enough industry at least to sell stuff. Well, once the population stabilised a bit more, because I have just massively expanded the number of towers and things we had. I don't think I ever really want to go over, say, 100 expenditure. Did we ever get the guard cost reduction? I don't think we ever did. Nope. Yeah, we probably want that. Well, research should start to speed up a bit, because it does say that once you have paper, that is a dramatic increase to the rate of research. Mostly moving supplies to stock those. 74% excavated. So we may get another relic soon. What's needed for the upgraded temple? Tier 4. Fair enough. Are we beyond the winter time? We are way beyond the winter time. In that case, let's get ourselves some more labourers. Get some short-term things hauled around. I believe the raiders take the path of least resistance, so you need forts in several places. I would love to be able to afford that. But at the moment there is no way in hell that I can. Ha! Got a road that actually works. Yeah, that's good enough. Leaves this looking ugly as hell. I tried. I wish there was a bit of a better, like, slope smoothing tool. Oh, 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 oh yeah! We got paper. Paper. Can use flax. How are we doing on flax supplies? Alright. Although what we might want to do is put another storehouse. A proper storehouse. Up here. .308 population of the 369. There's a rat catcher right next door. Who's basically been spending his day doing very little. You guys are lacking water. That I can believe, actually. So how about we put a well there? And then I'm a little bit surprised that you're not lacking water. I guess you're very slightly... well, you are. Meanwhile, it is time for people to become farmers again. Oh boy, only 7. We have way too many miners in that case. Yearly taxes, 1,824. You are purchasing pottery, beer, and crossbows. I can sell you that tiny bit of pottery that I have. But that's it. We're going to need another wave of immigration, unfortunately. Stricken with a bee sting? Mordrin? We have 13 wax, so those apiaries aren't doing a massively great job of producing wax. They're good for honey, though. Also being infested. Here's another rat catcher. Now I'm starting to run short of wood. And down here. What the hell? Your beer is empty. Thank you for the warning. 5 new villagers born. Population continues to rise. A little less than half now, no longer. A little more than half working, a little less than half not working. Still not being repaired. But we have sufficient builders, so that's not the problem this time. Crops... yes, I did not reset you today. No, I did not. It should be... and you, I'm fairly sure, should be in there. because our clay supplies are actually very healthy. We can continue making bricks. The next thing that we want to upgrade is definitely the Fletcher, so we need 50 bricks for that. Building needs more workers. Yes, I'm sure it does. We currently have 5 available people. So we definitely need more. Another wave of immigration, please. Usually place the beehives in the middle of a field. Well, my plan is eventually to build more going in this direction. And this is only the very beginning. Actually build them in the field. Never thought to do that. Resources. Oh, you can. Oh. Well, things you learned. You're still here for 4 more days before I forget. Sell those. So we made a little tiny bit of gold, but really not very much. And I'm now spending 106 because of all the rat catchers that I had set up, I think. Yeah. Heat wave, oh goody. But our food seems to be really solid at the moment. 9 months available. Yeah, production just continues to rise. Spoilage is also rising. But that kind of makes sense because consumption is not, because we had a bit of a population slump for some reason. A 108 villagers graduated. Nice. So our education levels is now at 66% educated. And you have paper. Which means we should be generating knowledge a lot quicker than we were. So everyone has hubooks, everyone has shields, everyone has swords. Nice. Why am I down to just 3 crude weapons then? Oh, because of all the new guards. Knowledge generated. We want this. To be the cost reduction, I think. Yes. I don't have the infrastructure to support higher tier equipment yet. And I think as my population rises, I definitely want to be adding just more guards to these towers. I think that's one area where I could really improve our defensive situation. Though obviously, we need people for that! Which has not been a problem throughout this entire game. But soon enough we should be able to equip our towers with crossbows, which would be really good. Then if eventually we can upgrade the towers to stone towers, that'd be good. And we could even take the policy which allows us to put 3 guards in each tower instead of just 2. So that will also come with a cost increase. 3 children have grown up to the workforce. And then there were 10 labourers out of the 35 that it deems necessary. .4% excavated. Upgrade the arrow building. I would have had the bricks. I need 50. I think at this point it's basically just a waiting game again until more rounds of immigration. Though clearly houses are being upgraded. I'm a bit annoyed that market still hasn't been repaired though. Oh, we have actually maxed out our firewood and our planks. That's why we're saving some people. So yeah, it looks like our raw material production has evened itself out at last. Goods and materials. Production is... Right, because I had to reduce the amount of industrial output we had, so... Need to start increasing those again. Is there anything that we're particularly out of? Clothing, pottery, candles. Clothing... Pottery... Candles. Because these are also things I want to sell. So having enough people working in those locations is kind of important. And apparently we just used up a chunk of the firewood. Can someone please repair this thing? You two, just repair this. Thank you. 3 new villagers born, nice. Didn't know I could just click on a building to get it repaired, but apparently you can. And once it's done, they can go back about their business. Off you go. Gap across here that they could go through. Maybe you should put a tower like on top of there. I'm pretty happy with the defenses that we have built over there. We don't have any real defensive positions over on that side. And obviously I need to recruit more guards. If you upgrade them, they hold... Oh, are there cannon towers in the game? No, but if you upgrade them, they hold 4 archers and build double stone walls around them, they can tank and kill a lot. Yeah, I mean, eventually I will put walls around more things. Eventually. We are getting to that point, though, where it's going to be valuable to do so. However, I still want to increase the number of guards we have in each tower. which I'm going to assume will increase like the fire rate from those within. And I also want to expand this force to be a full military, just like the other one. I could put another... I could put 2 more swordsmen. I can also do the archers. How are we doing for clay? We're at 40. So not yet. We're almost 2 stars. Nice. These guys are getting quite strong now. Having that extra veterancy certainly seems to help. I wish it said somewhere how much knowledge was actually being generated, so I could see the numerics of it all. Planks are basically capped out. Firewood's still looking very healthy. Logs is looking very healthy. Oh, we can build foresters now as well, which is going to be important. Yes, I can in fact upgrade this to then become a forester. I don't want to do that just yet. Upgrade this storage depot. I want the Fletcher, I want my crossbows. 8 new villagers born. Okay, so we're seeing good population growth. I think we're already above where we were when we had the population loss. No, not quite. Must have been at like 340 or so when I lost the 50. Yeah, combat's definitely had a couple of impacts. This only shows the last 10 years. I just noticed that. It doesn't show the whole game. So it must have been more than 10 years ago since that last big attack when the population dipped. Yeah, it was. Because we lost 20 then? I think. What's the name of my town? Well, I kind of thought it was naming the world, so it's named Mordworld. I really wish I could rename this, but I can't. Right. So did anything else become available with Tier 3? Yes, I can now get pubs and I can get theatres, although that would come with a cost. Housing, no change. Storage. Still need to research the Cooper. Need to research both of those. I can get a furniture workshop which just uses wood. That's probably worth doing. Uses a heavy tool, but I produce those. That's not really a problem. Defenses. Need to research them. Roads. I can get cobble roads. There are a couple of locations where I think that would be valuable. This road being definitely one of them. I think these bits as well. But that's just going to go and increase the demand for stone quite significantly. I can probably also do with upgrading the root cellars, because that will increase or decrease the spoilage rate. What's needed for that? Oh, bricks. Okay, so I am going to need more bricks. I have not reset where the farms are. So you want to be in the northern field right now. And you want to be on the first field. Mine is out of ore. Iron mine? Can't just rebuild you, that's fine. Another mine right there. There is a lot of iron in this area. right there. In fact. And there. 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 And there. 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 And there. And there. Like I said, and there. And there. And there. And there. And there. And just in case you thought I forgot about it, there as well. Not so much coal, however. 1806. Gold income is going nicely. Gold income go brr. However, I have no labourers anymore. And that's with nobody working in the sawmill either. I will, however, say that this is... and we're out of stone. But that's okay, this building is not using stone, this one is. But what you mostly need, I think, right now are builders. And we're actually at 17 builders. So, actually, I don't think we're as short as it maybe looks. How are we doing on resources? So we're still short on candles, furniture. Everything else we're actually making in surplus, although pottery only just. But generally we just need more manpower so I can start up my industry again. As we had just started to do when we got raided. Mine is up and running. And there we go, furniture workshop. So you want planks. I think just having 2 people in there for now is going to be just fine, because we need planks again. 4 children grown up, travelling merchant. What would you like to buy today? Baskets. I happen to have many of those, so sure. There's a reason we're not stocking candles, because they're all in here. But we definitely need to make a couple of sales this season. Rats, again. 55! Hold on, hold on, hold on. Upgrade! Alright, here come crossbows. I love the building animations, yeah, they're really good. I think it's important that city builders like this have them. I didn't make my farmers into labourers this winter, did I? Oh. Oops. Well, pop capacity is still there. Food is still totally fine. We have another trader coming in here. What are we losing crops to animals? That goat was running rampant. Alright, Trader 2, you want herbs. Thank you. I will happily sell you those. You want coats, but you're not going to pay very much. You want to pay double for iron. That's tempting. You want honey. I will sell you honey as well. And with the amount of stuff that we're trying to sell at the moment, let's go double those. 126 villagers graduated school. 67% educated. do still have a lot of meat that's not getting smoked. I think that's probably because both of my goat farms are now producing meat because they're at full capacity. At a guess. Fertility of 84% there. That's crazy. And it's only going to go higher because that's a maintenance year. Huh, nice. Six new villagers born. So the population does continue to rise. We currently have 158 children out of the population of 343. But the curve is starting to shift. We have more in work now than we have children. As we knew it would. Although actually, after all the losses we suffered, maybe we didn't know. So well on your way to tier 3, but not there yet. Having a theatre or something would probably help with that. Oh, you need a... Oh no, you get free knowledge. That is a 5x5 again. So it probably wants to go next to you. There's in fact space for a road to run through this whole thing. Let's go around. The one I was hoping to sell a lot of stuff to. Just like that, in fact. Which allows me to survive another year. I never sold any of the baskets to the other trader. That's a little annoying, but never mind. At least we made enough to cover this year. I was getting a little nervous there when we had 300 left in the bank. Especially as this is going to cost 1.2. Did I already pay that? I wasn't really thinking of the gold cost here. No, I have not already paid that, and no, I'm not going to pay that, because I can't afford it. Unless another trader comes in. Sometimes we get 3. It's very rare, but sometimes. We still only have 7 labourers. How are the resources looking? We actually have a surplus of coal, so we can probably reduce the number of coal miners again. Iron's holding roughly steady. Clay, I think we have a surplus. Hey, crossbow! First one. Nice. Is this the year that we were planting? It is. Because we have 86 hay left, which kind of suggests to me that we probably need another hay source. We have flax, don't we? Yes. So maybe we do it instead of this here of flax. We do hay here instead. Hay doesn't care about your time of year, does it? But because animals do keep going between the fields, I do think we should probably put fences between the fields in the future. So we do 10 by 10, hedge, 10 by 10, hedge, 10 by 10. 4 more villagers born. Nice. Because even with maxed out herders, they're still not able to keep control of everyone that they need to be able to keep control of. Which is a little bit of a problem. Still not been repaired. In fact, I think I've just spotted a bit of a weakness in our defences. There's nothing guarding all this. And a whole bunch of people still haven't been buried, which is definitely a labour shortage issue. Maybe that's something we can do during the winter, when all the farmers can become labourers. You're concerned about firewood, are you? Why? Why is that a problem now? So stone, iron, lots of money. Increased cost. Increases the desirability though. Not yet. If we manage to have a good year next year of selling stuff, then maybe we do the shrine upgrade and the theatre at the same time. Might be a wood shortage thing. Actually, having you upgrade would be a really good move. Yes. Alright, we're in winter. Farmers are all leaving. Let's do a bunch of labouring during the winter, before it gets too cold. Any resources I'm short on? Pottery. Yep, just pottery. Okay. That I can probably fix. Because we still have a surplus of clay, so clay is not the issue here. Speaking of which, how much do you have? You're almost out. That's actually okay, because then I can set up a clay deposit here. You could even say it's clay. Predator! We don't have very many people around, so how about you run away and let the tower do its thing. Definitely made the right decision there. And we can now get some more military logistics to reduce the cost of my guard units even further. Oh, there's another clay pit there. Which I think I do actually want to use maybe before the other one, so I can start my fields going... No, markets just there. I don't think I want the fields going that way. I think the fields should go northwards. So, yeah. Firewood is fine. 7 new villagers born. Nice. We're getting to the stage again where we might need to start growing some more houses. How's the coal and the iron? Seems fine. I don't think I want to mess with that too much. We're getting a huge surplus of tallow, which really suggests that we want to get some more soap production going. Which I think I keep on saying. That's... But I think our population's generally trending towards where we can start to ratchet up our production again. I don't want you making any bows anymore. I only want crossbows, which costs iron, but that's fine. 1 to 5, that seems fine. Are we producing a surplus of paper? We are. So we definitely don't need more paper, people. Furniture, we're getting a surplus. So I don't think we necessarily want some more furniture crafters, carpenters. It's like, what's the profession of a furniture maker? Of course, it's a carpenter. And thus the town grows ever larger. Did you get upgraded yet? Not yet. We're down to minus 64 gold because our soldiers are now a fair bit cheaper. However, it is now time to move the barns again. To there. This one's nice because it's just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This one's kind of mixed up a bit more, I think. Right. I need to bring the farmers back to work. Did we get that guardhouse over here? We did. I do kind of wonder if maybe I should go to a 3 guard for this one and for this one. Because they're so far away from everything else. It would let them hold firm for a bit longer. Seems I remember wrong. Towers only ever hold 2 even at tier 3. Ah, okay. Build a pub. No point in having a pub without beer. And that requires more tech. 1858 gold ingots were collected over the last year. That's good. But I like the fact that we were able to restart our industries again. Shows our recovery is going quite well. My laundry is beeping at me at the moment. No swords available. We do have cubix, we do have shields. We do have crude weapons too. Do I want to increase the number of light infantry here? I think I do. Let's get 2 more. And to get the citadel is going to be a fair bit further away. That is there. Which is the barracks upgrade. Requires to have done this entire line. as well as military logistics, which we have now, so we've done half of it. Upgrading the towers to make them more durable, considering how I'm using them, might be a really good move. Though it's now taking me more than a year per knowledge point, so... Well, I guess I could get more academics. We definitely have the educated people to do so. Let's get one more person in. Probably the most cushy, cozy, easy job in this entire town. And there's an attack coming in. Let's throw in a quick save. So we have a single column coming through here, which will be held up by you. But they could do damage to the walls, which would suck, but would not be game ending. Then we have a major offensive with 2 flags coming here, which will come across my fortifications here. I did not increase the guards by 2 then. I did everywhere else though. These 2. So I think this is going to be where I deploy the army. Did you get your equipment in time? Not really.
Your command?
Where are you?
Your command.
Well, this force can definitely come and act as a holding force. You're going straight to the blacksmith to grab a sword, so you actually have one.
Your command.
Which leaves you. Hopefully you're going there to grab a approved weapon, or not.
Your orders.
Well, we may come to rely on the guard towers to hold the enemy up a bit here. It's their major battering ram. They have 2 battering rams coming in. Boy. Okay, now you get it out. Some of the tanky guys, don't you? No, thieves are actually super low level. Okay, this is actually a fairly low level attack. Has a couple of pikemen, but nothing really scary. Okay, they have 2 shield bearers, but those are the tankiest that they get, so that's not a horrible attack. This one over here, however, I'm a bit more concerned about. What's that Joker? Oh, he's just a shield bearer. Oh, he has a crude weapon as opposed to a sword. Okay. Line of pikemen there. So yes, our defensive... Our army needs to deal with this. Merchant. Which we also need to deal with. Can sell you shoes. Can sell you sand. You'll actually give me surprisingly 3 ducats per sand. Alright. Can sell you tools. Do I want to sell tools? Yes, because I kind of want the money. So go ahead and stock that. That's fine. Invading army demands payment. I have 8 months left to pay the gold, otherwise they will attack. I'm going to wait. Oh, they are leaving. Where are you guys? You do have a long way to come. And really, where are you? I think I'm going to go out and try and find that army and take it out on its own. I'm sure that won't backfire. Okay, let's go. Don't know how long I can keep my troops out either. Is there anything you have that I want? You have horses, but no, not really. Yeah, I don't know where they are. So I think I'm just going to tell my troops to return to barracks. And use this time wisely to build another tower. There. Within range of that one. And I would like this to have absolute ease. And thank you. Yes, I'll take another guard here. Assuming that they attack from that direction. Do I want extra guards in these two? Those probably not. Put this stuff away. Not gonna need it. In fact, I can also transfer my money into my pocket. There we go. Make sure it's safer in the vault. At least then it's inside the palisade. Six more months. 7 villagers born. Population continues to rise. So how are we doing in terms of equipment? Lots of bows available. We have some swords available now. Hubix, shields. Food supplies are looking good. Only the one peddler. One. Oh, don't tell me you'll need a rat catcher as well. No, I'm not going to do a rat catcher for you. I think what I might just do in that case is centralize this storehouse. Put them in here. I don't know if this means it's going to need to be emptied. Unless, hang on. Oh, can I cancel that? No. Yes. Okay, we're good. Because what I actually want to do, because I just realized I can do that, is make it so that you're targeting both storehouses. Haha! Because I'm smart. And then all I need to do is move you into the radius. Okay. I will absolutely accept those new people. Welcome to the team. Some of you might need to pick up some weapons. This would actually be a very good opportunity for me to go and grab the archers. We have the hubocks, we have the bows, we have the arrows. So it turns out that 5 months is actually quite a long time. Children have grown up. So we're at 17, 18, we need 40 labourers ideally. And a lot of my industry is still not properly online yet, but it's getting there. All of these archers are at least using crossbows now. Still no second trader. Not so much of a problem in terms of how much money I have, but annoying. I want to build my theatre, and maybe the shrine. We do have arrows, but not many of them. So our Fletcher is going to be really busy, so I probably do actually want to upgrade the Fletcher. Not upgrade him, but increase the number of people working here. At least temporarily. There's a lot of guards who need equipment. Okay, you have arrows. So we could go trying to find them again. You're saying they were a bit more north of where we scouted, so you think they're in here? It's possible. Let's go looking. Because now I have 16 Hubert and Shield and Sword light infantry, who are quite tough. And then 8 archers now, who are in Huberts. They're not completely squishy, they're just mostly squishy. Oh, it did. No, that's a bandit camp. Although it makes sense if they used a bandit camp as a camp. Go via the darkness. At least then we're, you know, uncovering a bit more of the map. Something we probably should have been doing a bit more of anyway. Ooh, good hunting here. Very good hunting. Wow, 3 tier 3 deer. One month. I'm going to tell my guys to return to their garrisons so that they can actually get food and stuff. Also, it's getting to the cold season. So the towers are going to need to do some work to at least delay enemies. We can deploy half of our army pretty quickly. The other half, though, is going to take quite a long time to get wherever we need them. Because they're quite a long way out of town, as it turns out. Maybe I should make this entire road cobble. So we can deploy more quickly. That's actually quite a good idea. I did get a second trader, disappointingly. Any minute now. Is this a second attack? Because you're coming right for my castle, which I'm kind of okay with. That is in fact them. Okay. This is actually way better. So I guess they leave the map and then come back again from a different angle. How do I slow this down a bit? So my castle is about to come in very handy here. Shut the door somehow? They have no battering ram.
It will be done.
Okay, so archers can't shoot over the wall.
Right away.
Oh, now they can.
At once.
Right away.
Stay. I think what I'm going to do is... beat 1,000 raiders in non-pacifist difficulty. I think it'd be a bit difficult to defeat 1,000 raiders on pacifist difficulty, surely. Let's go ring the bell. They're going for the armory again. Right, that's it. I'm gonna put a tower here.
It will be done.
The armory is quite tough.
Right away.
I have the high ground with my crossbows. 90 damage per shot. Good grief. That was a massacre. 72 attacked, 56 were killed, 1 villager was killed. What was that? Oh, yeah, a guy they found on the road, I think. None of my defenders were killed. At all. Right? No, 1 archer. So they did kill 1 archer. So it wasn't a villager, it was actually a soldier. Return to your garrisons. And nothing was pillaged. So let's go ahead and replace that 1 archer straight away. Go. Job's a good 'un, boss. And yeah, I do need to rebuild my palisade wall, but this thing did its job. This thing did its job admirably, considering it was attacked by 2 flags, basically at the same time. Good to know that archers cannot in fact shoot over palisades, but they can shoot through doors. And we probably used like an entire year's worth of arrows. There are none left. Not surprised. You can also ring the bell. Okay, good. I am pretty happy with that outcome. Didn't have to pay anyone off either. Bonus. 50 bricks. I'm going to assume that you've been upgraded. You are still selecting that area, which is nice. Then I want you to be upgraded and do basically the same thing. Don't have enough iron. Oh, that's good. Yeah, do that. You didn't lose anyone, did you? Nope. And you're now 2.5, well, 2 and a bit stars of veterancy, which means your damage and your hit points is really starting to add up. Yeah, 25% more health, 10% more damage. It's stacking. No crossbows in storage, we still have 10 bows, and we did also increase the number of guard towers we're using, and the number of guards, so I'm feeling a heck of a lot better about this. There's still a big old gap there. But we're quite a lot more heavily fortified, although these are only lookout towers, they're kind of squishy. So I think in the future technology should go down the tower upgrade route, now that I'm using them more heavily. Although I'd also quite like to get, blah 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 blah, what's it called? Cobbler. Cooper, sorry, not cobbler. If you're all a bunch of cobblers. Taxes. 2,000 almost. Nice, very nice. But anyway, I think that is going to be where I end this one. So thanks everyone for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this. If you have, be sure to hit that follow button so you get notifications when I'm live again in the future. If you really enjoyed this and you want to support the channel, then please do consider subscribing. Helps the channel out, lets me do more of this kind of content. Or you can, of course, check out the Patreon at patreon.com/MordredViking. Truth Slave, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Sorry, I missed that one like 2 hours ago. My bad. Next weekend, I should be back. I should be streaming, and it will probably be EU5, for which I did get the key for yesterday. Unfortunately, I'm out this evening, so I'm not going to be able to stream EU5, but I'll try to play a little bit over the week just to familiarise myself with it a bit more. But it's out on November the 4th, so chances are you'll be better at it than I am by the time I get to stream it next weekend. But so it goes. That is the plan anyway. Plans are always subject to change. But that's it for me. Thanks everyone, and I'll see you next time. Until then.